Unmute. Can you unmute yourself now?
How about now? Can
There
you
we
Now
go.
we can hear you.
So the meeting is stuck. You can start.
just a second?
Okay.
I was gonna say, seeing his lips
Can you-
and not hear him, that's as good as it can get. I was gonna let Joe know that.
Yes, if this wasn't a serious board meeting, we could have you lip syncing to music. Okay, how about both of you mute yourself for the moment? Okay, wait, Lee, can you say something, Lee?
Sure.
Oh, all right. Okay,
hear that?
I did just say about muting you, but, so we got to figure out the microphones here. I think so we don't have so much back noise when you're not talking. If you would mute yourself, we'll just be patient with it. But because we do have both of you, we got the split screen going on. We are going to do roll call for everything, including it is time for our meeting of the Stearns County Board of Commissioners to start. While the record could reflect that all commissioners are present, 2 of them are present remotely, so they've been noticed, they're in their locations. Sarah, are you going to help us just go through? We're going to do it as a roll call so that the record will hear your voices.
All right, Commissioner Bertram,
Just say here.
Here.
Commissioner Notch,
Here.
Commissioner Persky,
Here,
Commissioner Linsmeyer,
Here.
Commissioner Clark.
Here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, before we go on with our agenda, for those of you who are able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
God, indivisible.
and justice for all.
Justice for all.
All right, thank you. I think we have a couple of items to add to the agenda, Dr. Williams, is that correct?
Madam Chair, not additions, but changes to a
Changes, sorry.
couple of consent agenda items. And the item E6, which we were going to suggest be contingent on MnDOT authorization of the contractors from the MnDOT's Office of Civil Rights. We just were told this morning that they now have that, so we don't have to alter that one.
Okay.
Right
So
early this
E8.
morning, so E6 is okay. E8 is setting the public hearing for consideration of the new sales tax ordinance. And that action says you would set that for December 3rd, and we can't meet publication requirements unless we do that on December 17th. So we should change that in that.
So members, our first item then will be to approve the agenda, including that modification in the consent agenda. But after we've approved the agenda, we'll go to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So move, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bertram. Thank you, Commissioner Notch. Seeing no discussion, all in favor of approving the agenda signify by saying aye. And we're going to need to do a roll call.
Aye.
I know, I appreciate it. What we decided was, or at least Sarah and Randy suggested, since 2 of you are remote, we're going to go through it. So go ahead, Sarah.
Commissioner Persky,
aye.
Commissioner Linsmeyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Bertram,
Aye.
Commissioner Notch,
Aye.
Commissioner Cook.
Aye. Thank you. That worked pretty smoothly. We'll see how fast we can do these. All right, our next item is the consent agenda. The only modification that's being proposed is the one that Dr. Williams told us and that we got before the meeting on E8 with setting the public hearing. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
that.
Oops, I think Commissioner
Let
Linsmeyer was.
Lensmeyer do it, yeah.
All right, well, thank you though. Seeing no discussion, all in favor of approving the consent agenda items as amended, signify by saying aye.
Roll call.
Roll
Aye.
call.
Aye.
Sorry, roll call.
Commissioner Notch,
Aye.
Commissioner Linsmeyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Persky,
Aye.
Commissioner Bertram,
Aye.
Commissioner Clark.
Aye. Thank you. All right. So we're going to move on to environmental services. We have a couple different cannabis items. We've got our public hearings this morning. And for those who are here and listening or who are watching or may see this later, this is definitely a process that is a work in progress. Very much appreciate the work that staff has done, that with other jurisdictions, also looking at what we can be doing. Know that there may be some questions this morning, which is great. Are you starting off, Ms. Benson?
Madam Chair, Shelley Benson, Environmental Services Director. Angie Berg will be going through our zoning ordinance updates
Great.
to adopt zoning or the amendment to zoning ordinance 439. So I will have Angie go through that item with you.
Thank you, Ms. Berg, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Angie Berg, Environmental Services, and the control room, I think, is going to switch me over so I can, look at that. They are ahead of the game.
It sounds like somebody wants to, meet with us.
Yeah, I don't think it's me, but,
Okay.
okay, so in front of you today is to conduct a public hearing to consider enacting Ordinance 680, which is the cannabis zoning ordinance amendments, and that would be an amendment to the land use and zoning ordinance number 439. There has been a number of discussions at the board over this. I won't go through each of those. As we know, in 2023, the legislature passed laws related to cannabis, and counties and cities and townships are required to adopt standards, or if they don't adopt standards, then there's no control over the cannabis businesses. We have done a lot for public noticing. We've noticed in all the county newspapers at least 3 times. We've also sent notice to townships and cities a number of times. I have nothing for written testimony as of today. And just to go through, okay.
Yep.
So I think they'll need to advance the screen because I'm plugged in.
All right, there we go.
Okay. So let me get to my page here. Okay, so you've seen a bit of this presentation before, but it's really scaled back. We have a couple different options for permit types, and I think the commissioners asked for this side-by-side comparison at the last meeting. And so Shelley and I came up with a really quick rundown. So we have conditional use permits and interim use permits. The difference between them are listed here. Really, conditional use permits, as you all know, run with the property. That's how we like to say it. Interim use permits can end on a date or an event. That's dictated by statute. Ownership change for conditional use permits, there's no review conducted. Whereas the ownership change for an interim use, the law does allow you to hold a public hearing. Termination of a conditional use permit, zoning change does not terminate a use. So if you, let's say, for example, you allow mining operations currently and in the future you want to change it, all your existing permits would stay the same. So you can't amend the permits unilaterally. Whereas an interim use permit, a zoning ordinance change can terminate the use. So it's a little bit different. Some similarities between the two are really everything else. So hours of operation, conditions, public notice, compliance with comprehensive plan, parks, schools, property values, all the same findings are used. It's just those 3 at the top are really where your differences lie.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Benson.
one point related to ownership change for interim use is just to remind you that with cannabis, in this particular instance, that cannabis permit is to a person. So that will, if that changes, then their permit would change, their process, their licensing would change. So there is a factor that already is built into the licensing aspect of it, just for your information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and the next slide, we'll move on to just some comparisons of some different permit types that we have. Again, these are not unfamiliar to you because you see these in front of you with Planning Commission recommendations, but when we look at differences between cannabis and some of these other businesses that we currently have in the ordinance, if you look at conditional use permits, you could liken that similarly to an ag-oriented business. Obviously, the product or how they're manufacturing something is going to be different, but the concept in terms of hours of operation, transportation, location, land area, impervious, all the zoning things can be really parallel. So that's how we looked at that. I do believe the board kind of asked for this too. Commissioner Bertram had asked, you know, well, what are they similar to? And so this is really what we came up with. Interim use permit list is a lot shorter, as you know. And what I would say is what I'm showing you here is this is in the ag district, because that's really where we're gonna probably likely see some of these businesses. All right, next slide is really the 3 decision points that we talked to you about the last meeting. Permit type, so that's either prohibited, permitted, conditional, interim. Setbacks, we'll talk a little bit about that as well. And then hours of operation. So next slide, talk about the setbacks. Again, we're limited by state law on what setbacks we can place on cannabis businesses. What's listed on your screen and packet page 72, there's setbacks allowed from schools, daycare facilities, residential treatment facilities, and then public parks. And then in addition, all of our other regular zoning setbacks would apply from roads, property lines, etc. And then last, in terms of decision points, would be hours of operation. And so we did come up with a slide, which we'll show in just a moment. But local governments are allowed, again, by statute to prohibit cannabis, the sale of cannabis in certain hours. The proposal that you'll see in red varies a little bit from what we presented last time. We talked with the county attorney's office about that. And if you want to match this if you want to match the hours of operation as close to selling of alcohol as possible, then you would prohibit retail sales from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. instead of prior proposals. We had cannabis prohibition starting at 9 p.m., which in theory would get confusing for someone coming and doing a compliance check, for example. So the next slide, I believe, is, so this is the little chart where all the question marks are, is where you can be more restrictive. And again, we would propose to be as matching alcohol sales as much as possible, but still lying within what's allowed under the statute. Next page, please. So this is the chart that you've seen many times. And in red, again, we put together what you could liken these different uses to. So I won't go through every one of them unless you want me to, but for example, if you look at cannabis cultivation, the biggest comparison would be crop production. Now, most of the crops that we have in Stearns County are raised, or they're outside. This is mostly going to be an indoor facility, but that would be a comparison. The other one that's probably the most similar to what we see is ag-oriented business. And ag-oriented business is very broad. We have lots of different uses that fall under that. And so as you've seen in what we've been presenting, at least in the ag districts, we're matching a lot of the ag-oriented business with the cannabis production. Any questions on that? Okay, next slide, please. And then last on this is the medical cannabis. Again, we are matching the land use types by the license types that the state has laid out, which is different from cannabis to medical cannabis. That's why you're seeing a difference. Okay, before we go, well, we can go to the next slide, but one of the things I just wanted to point out as well, and on packet page 64, and I'm not going to put this on the screen because the control room has the presentation, but it looks like this, and this is usually what when we bring ordinance changes to you, it usually looks like this. It usually doesn't look like the table that you've been seeing for the last few months. So that's another option. You can look at it that way in terms of the different uses in the different zoning districts. Okay, so with next steps, we're here today. You can conduct your public hearing. Deadline for adoption, and I may have misstated this at the last meeting. I forgot we have another meeting. And so December 3rd is really your deadline for adoption. So you have a couple options today. You could, obviously, you're going to conduct your public hearing if anyone's here to speak. You can either continue it and until December 3rd, you could close it and then talk about it again on December 3rd, or you can adopt the ordinance today. Those are really your choices. And the reason you kind of have to work your way from December 31st to current. So our moratorium expires, as does the law change. It is in effect on January. Minutes have to be published for the ordinance to be effective, which means you have to adopt them on the 17th, which means the decision needs to be made no later than December 3rd. And I'll say with a big caveat, and I believe we talked about this last time, the legislature likely is going to be making changes. Their adoption of the cannabis rules won't be likely what we're hearing until February or March. So there might be some opportunities to come back to the board and say, okay, the legislature made some changes, and here are some options that you may want to now change with the ordinance. But we don't know that yet, so this is really the most conservative approach.
Right.
So,
And that is similar to what happens when there's a big change. And this is, for us, is very novel, right? I mean, there are pieces, as you've pointed out to us, that are in practice similar, even if the substance is different to other things that we regulate. I'm wondering if either of you, before we open the public hearing, could just talk briefly to because we do have some folks here who are likely to have questions from the small city standpoint, is just, can you just, for the public, very quickly tell us, were we working off of something from either AMC or the state? Like, where did some of this come from, just process-wise? And then remind people about what cities can be doing. It looks like the city of St. Cloud is going to be doing their public hearing coming up and adopting. Paynesville just did one, I think I heard. So as we're going forward, if you just can remind people, because it can be a little confusing.
yes, thank you. So we've really been looking at a lot, but we relied heavily on, in terms of counties, we relied on each other a lot. We relied a lot on Association of Minnesota Counties, was on some various work groups there. And also the Office of Cannabis Management is the new state agency tasked with administration of this statute, of the development of the rule. They did come out with a local government fact sheet, guidance document. So we relied on that. We did some research, over the last a year or so at different states and different counties. And so that's really where we all did our homework. In terms of cities, and again, this is a repeat for the commissioners, but what I'm here talking about is zoning, and that relates to the unincorporated areas. So if there's concepts of what the county may adopt that cities like, and they think it could fit into their zoning mechanism or their scheme of zoning districts, they're welcome to use any or all of it. In terms of licensing, the county attorney's office will be discussing that lately. That's a little bit more complicated, in my opinion, and so they will talk about that.
They can talk about that part
As
when
well.
we get to it. That sounds very good.
Okay.
So for Commissioner Lensmeyer and Commissioner Persky, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And while we can see you, you can see us right now. We're going to, hopefully the back room can, when we're getting to the point of our discussion, they can keep you up, because we want to make sure that you're able to participate just as much as you can, even though you're not physically in the room with us. So if it's okay, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. We know there'll be some questions, and then we'll get a chance to move on from there. Does that sound okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right, we're going to open the public hearing to enact ordinance number 680, cannabis amendments to land use and zoning ordinance number 439. Is there anyone wishing to speak or come up and ask questions or comments? Is there anyone wishing to speak? Thank you. Just say your name and address.
I'm Jim Hemish, 18974 230th Street. I'm the mayor of Richmond. I guess I have a couple questions. One is it as easy for the city to adopt what the county is doing for the process? And if not, I mean, obviously we have to probably tweak it a little towards ourselves. The other question I have is, being that our city is surrounded by a township, and if they do nothing, or if they adopt the county's thing, the numbers would stay the same as far as the setbacks. Like for our city, we have a lot of daycares that are located around the edges of the town. But we also have a lot of residents that live just on the other side of the street that are in the township that we have no control over what they do. Is that something that, I'll just use Munson Township as an example because township surrounds the whole city. Are they allowed to do, let's say they want to have a distribution someplace on the other side of the street, but yet we have a daycare that's on the same block. Is that something that, being that we have no control of what the township does, is that something that the county would step in? Or I don't know what Munson's gonna do because they haven't talked about it either. They're just like us. We're kind of waiting and seeing what everybody else is doing. And then obviously you guys talked about the pricing. I mean, I know a couple cities that have done stuff, but yet they haven't put no pricing with either permitting or allowing anything. So I think the cities would enjoy having the town or the county set some type of numbers out. I mean, if they want to adjust them, that's fine, but at least give us a direction so that we're all kind of the same, not, just because you're in one town or the other, it shouldn't be that much difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are good questions. How do setbacks apply when you're crossing jurisdictions? And are there other questions on, or can we go ahead and have Angie? Why don't we, I mean, normally we wait until after we've gotten people coming, but why don't we have you go ahead and address that?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Or
So
often we wait. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yes, so to get at Mr. Hemish's questions, the first question was, is it as easy as just adopting the counties? It is, with some consideration, right? So for example, City of Richmond zoning is likely a different mechanism than what we have. We have 3 residential districts, they might have more. And so they could definitely take the concepts of what we've worked on and adopt it to what works for their zoning scheme, I would say. Happy to talk to them or their consultant or attorney if they have questions on maybe how to do that. Secondly, in terms of, yes, we have 35 townships or 33 townships, just as many cities, so we're gonna have this kind of back and forth with setbacks. What's in front of you today in terms of setbacks would prohibit a cannabis business from being, if it's in the township, it would prohibit a cannabis business no closer, for example, than the daycare to the 1,000 feet. Now, if the city of Richmond doesn't adopt any setbacks within their jurisdiction, then there wouldn't be setbacks in their jurisdiction. Another way to say it is if Munson Township doesn't do anything, what's in front of you today is what will be adopted. And I have gotten no indication from any township that they plan on being more restrictive, but they could also be waiting for today to be over as well. It's really been quiet. And so that's a good question, and I think that if the city wants to match what the county does for setbacks, then they could easily do that, knowing that it may affect more areas of their city because it's a smaller jurisdiction.
And so if they're wanting to say that they would like no business to be within that 1,000 feet, using that as an example, they would need to enact something that says that so that the childcare place that's across the street in Munson, that there's still that 1,000-foot buffer, because if they don't do that, it could actually be much closer, and we couldn't do anything about it because it's outside of our jurisdiction.
Correct.
Okay.
And then last, I think Mr. Hamish's question was on fees. And in terms of zoning-related fees, so conditional use permit, interim use permit, et cetera, my understanding, Shelley and I talked about this after the last meeting, is that we're up for our 3-year review with the auditor's office on fee for service. And so we will be definitely looking at that. The trick with cannabis, with this industry right now, is I don't know how long it's going to take to process one of these permits. Whereas solar, for example, we know how long that takes. Mining, we know how long that takes. So that actual cost I don't know if we're gonna know that for a bit. So we might have to just set the fee at the base as a regular CUP or IUP, and then amend it through a hearing at some point later. Fees for licensing, the county attorney's office will address that. That is limited by state statute.
Okay. Commissioner Notch?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Just want to clarify in reverse. So if Munson Township, if the property is in Munson Township across the street and the state setbacks are already in place, correct? The ones you gave us are kind of what the state,
If you adopt that,
if we adopt that. So if this parcel was in Munson Township and across the street is a daycare, they still couldn't do it, correct? Because they would be within that 1,000 feet of
Correct.
that daycare. So,
right,
so it should be dual protection really both ways.
as long as the city of Richmond adopts the
Does
same
the same
standards.
thing.
Exactly.
Right, so if the city of Richmond doesn't, I think that's part of your question.
But then they
is
still
the
couldn't do it
default
because you can't
through
be
the
within
state.
1,000 feet, right?
Well, it would be whether or not the city, I guess I'd have to understand.
Because the city wouldn't be into play because if our ordinance says you can't be within 1,000 feet of a daycare, if that's across the street in the city of Richmond, that's within 1,000 feet of that daycare, correct?
The problem is it's a different jurisdiction.
Right.
We only have control over our jurisdictions.
And Madam Chair, if city said they only wanted it to be 100 feet, well, then it would be 100 feet
Within their jurisdiction.
within the city.
So it'd be almost like 1,000 feet around the township, and then it goes straight up to the city, and it all's up to the city about what they do on their side. It could be 100, it could be 1,000. You're asking, does the statute require it to be this? Is there a default?
It does not.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
And what,
Madam Chair.
as long as we're talking about that, Madam Chair, so if the townships don't do anything, the county ordinance prevails.
Madam Chair, if I can be
That's
heard.
correct.
Yep.
Okay.
And there's also not
has a
only just a daycare in Richmond, there's two schools. There's a Catholic school and a public school that would be close to the township as well.
I do want to go back to checking to see if we have more questions in the public hearing part of this, but Commissioner Persky, did you have a question on this item?
Yes, wouldn't it be that state statute would supersede township or the city? And so that 1,000 feet is the minimum, that they could be no closer than that. So therefore, they could not be closer than 1,000 feet, regardless of what these, I don't think the city or the township can adopt anything closer than 1,000 feet because of the state statute.
Ms. Berg?
Madam Chair, so, and we don't want to mess up the screen by putting the setbacks back on there, but the setbacks listed on packet page 11, those are optional. So if.
Those are your recommendations, or something for us to
So
consider.
state law says that that local governments may adopt setbacks from these things, from schools, daycares, public parks, et cetera. It does not say they have to. So if Stearns County didn't want to enact any setbacks from a cannabis business to these uses, there would be no setback. So to get to Commissioner Persky's question, there is no base, there's no floor. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but like, for example, the city, they had considered 500 feet from one of the uses and then dropped that back down, or their whole entire city couldn't have a cannabis retail business. So you can be, it's not even being less restrictive, it's just not adopting a setback.
Okay. Are there other questions or comments from anybody here today? Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Peter Joseph Wilson, 1108 Celebration Drive, Sartell, Minnesota. The only question I've gotten looking at this is, depending on what is adopted in the various locales, I guess my question is, how would that impact future, other than them changing the rules, future daycares, future parks? Would that give them a precedent? Hey, we're selling marijuana, whatever, various things. and now you can't make this a park? Now you can't have a daycare? Am I overreading this? In other words, if we put one out here, let's say 500 feet away, and now someone in the neighborhood says, I want to have a daycare, even though there's a dispensary or whatever they call them, that means that they wouldn't be able to unless that the rules were changed?
So I think we'll let Ms. Berg answer that, and that it's a good question, and it may be a bit different in a township than a city, and we're not getting to do the cities. But go
No,
ahead.
and that's fine, I mean.
Thank you. Any other questions with
No.
it? That's a good question. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Ms. Berg.
Yes, Madam Chair, my understanding, well, for one, we have no direction from Office of Cannabis Management, nor the statute, nor the rule on this, but my understanding it is not reciprocal, which means, as Mr. Wilson questioned, could a daycare move into the setback area of a cannabis business? As of what we know today, the answer would be yes.
Which, Madam Chair, is kind of odd because on a manure system, if you have to be 750 feet away, it goes both ways. A manure pit can't locate close to a house, and a house can't build close to a manure pit. It is reciprocal. It does go both ways.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Bertram, I just confirmed with Shelley that's in state statute. Now, the county could be more restrictive with cannabis businesses, and if you want it to be reciprocal, then you can make it be reciprocal. And then it would be both, right?
And remember, I think we just need to remember too, that we're talking about the unincorporated areas right now. I mean, and who knows, that might be one of the things that we should bring back and just say, hey, what were you thinking about this? Did you have another? Go ahead.
We are talking about predominantly the townships. However, if we're encouraging the cities, which I have been, to adopt ours, it's the same thing. So, and the concern, I think, would be, do we want to limit someone from starting the daycare? And I would say not. The daycare would know that there's a dispensary there. And so if they wouldn't feel comfortable starting the daycare because of that, well, then they wouldn't start a daycare. It would be unfortunate they'd be restricted, but at least they would know what came first,
Yep.
you know,
Yep.
in my mind.
Right. I mean, that wouldn't necessarily prohibit, for example, if there was a park that was going to come in, you could put a park. You just need to know that it might be nearby, and particularly in the places that are more dense, we might run more into that. And the only thing I'd say, I like you, I've been certainly encouraging those to be mirroring as much as possible, so there's some certainty going around, and it might be that way with setbacks. There also may be particular things that a city is looking at because their community is different than a township, how a township is set up, so. You look like you're thinking, you got another thought?
I'm just trying to think if you took, let's say, farming, I think, is an unincorporated city, correct? I don't know if maybe they don't have a mayor or anything.
Farming is unincorporated.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that would a town like that would automatically be in the county's
Correct.
jurisdiction.
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
a real-life example is when Goat Ropers was built, it was 1,000 feet from the school and the church. And I had to carry a bill to allow them to build. The church was behind it, the diocese, the school board was behind it, township was behind it, county was behind it. But it took a special legislation, and of course, our friends at the St. Cloud Times just ripped me for allowing a small town to have a bar. And to this day, it serves the community, but that was 1,000 feet from those and could not, without a state statute. So I assume that a state law could be passed to allow that in a unique situation, but let's not get ahead of our,
Yeah,
that's
and
not gonna happen
It also sounds
soon.
like the local jurisdiction could decide, like one of the cities could decide to do something different, at least as of now, until they change
It
something.
would be like a variance or an
Right.
exception.
Yeah, or they could go back. I mean, that's the other thing for us all to remember. And Commissioner Lenzmeyer, you're always good at reminding us about this. So we're starting this, and then we will adapt it as we go on, because we're going to find some things that work and some things that don't. And there may be something that comes up with these, but we can come back and revisit that. Commissioner Lensmeyer or Persky, questions, comments, thoughts? Staff has asked us, we've got a few decision points on this, and I'm wondering what is, right now, the public hearing is still open. So the question is, should we be closing the public hearing and moving to discussion, or how are you recommending we do this, Ms. Berg and Ms. Benson?
Madam Chair,
I can't come up with any questions, or typically, over the years, as the public experience evolves, then we'll come up with questions, but
Right.
it's pretty hard on the front end to come up with every possibility and what's going to happen in the future. So let it roll. I mean,
Okay.
we're gonna like almost everything in life. It depends on our experience.
True, it depends. We're trying to help put some parameters around it depends, and we might need to modify them. Ms. Berg, and then we'll go back to Commissioner Persky.
yes, Madam Chair, to get to your question, what would we recommend? It's really whether or not the board is ready to vote today. If you're not ready to vote today and you'd rather vote on December 3rd, I would recommend you leave the public hearing open. Otherwise, if you hear comments or questions, or we do in the next 2 weeks, then it's kind of awkward because you really can't talk about them at your next
Okay.
meeting. I should say 2 weeks, on December 3rd.
Okay, members, are you okay with that? I'm seeing nodding.
Absolutely.
Okay, good, we don't
I
have to
think we
vote on
should,
that. And then, do you want us to wait? Are you recommending we wait until the 3rd then to talk more about the permit type and the setbacks and the hours of operation? So we get more feedback?
Madam Chair, it's really up to you. We can dig into this more right now. Really up to the board.
Are there, just real quick, is there any of these particular ones that members are ready to at least having a discussion about? Because we have been talking about the setbacks, for example. Where are people at, or do you want to wait and hear more? Same with the hours of operation or the permit type. I think, there's been some interest expressed in one of them. Do you want to wait and have more information from people and get to talk to them, or you want to talk about them now and perhaps modify it as we go on? What's your preference? Commissioner Notch.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I would say the hours of operation, I think, should be pretty straightforward if we're going to try and mirror as
Right.
close to alcohol.
Yep.
But again, I think we can make all three of them fairly quick if
I
we
think I
wait
agree.
till the 3rd.
Okay. Is there anything people are wanting to know more about then?
A couple
Commissioner
things,
Bertram.
Madam Chair. One, I'm not surprised that there aren't a lot of comments. I mean, people are talking to me, they don't know. I mean, and even the public comment, nobody knows. The state doesn't know, and we don't know. I gotta say up front, Angie, again, you do a heck of a job. I mean, you really, really have done this where you've made it where a guy like me can understand what you're saying and what the points are. Very informative to the public. So thank you for that. But I'm not surprised that it's quiet or there's no comments. So the alcohol, is that the off sale, 10 to 10?
Yes.
Which leads me to ask then, which I've never thought of, could there be a facility where you literally can go and get high, like a bar? Is that allowed? Like you can go to an establishment, buy pot, and get high. Is that allowed?
Ms. Berg?
Madam Chair, Member Bertram, yes, it could be. Under a couple different of the license types, mezzo business and micro business, although the way that we've structured our zoning ordinance for both of those is you can't just be a micro or a mezzo and just sell. If you're going to sell, then you also have to sell it, manufacture it, and grow it. Then again, we likened that to the egg-oriented business. So absent that, I don't know what other license type would allow you to just consume.
So the question I was thinking, or the potential example could be a bar that would like to sell off sale. Or they're doing retail. Maybe they sell cigarettes now. They're not going to be smoking inside. But if they don't sell food and they're not having kids outside, that somebody could go outside. I mean, we worked pretty hard to make sure that if you're having food and kids outside, that would be prohibited under our ordinance, but could there be a situation where somebody could get, now, they'd have to get the license, I mean, they'd have to, they have to go through the whole process, so this is very theoretical, but that's the only situation I was wondering is, I mean, we've got a few bars that are in unincorporated areas that may be interested in retail. Commissioner
But
Notch.
wouldn't it be similar then to a brewery? They make it there, you can go
Oh,
there.
and I wasn't thinking about the mezzo, I was just thinking about retail. Ah, good,
But that
Mr.
would,
May.
that'd be kind of a retail part of it, not?
Yeah, but I was thinking, yes, that you could have that too. Mine was a more limited question too, but I like that one.
Yeah,
Mr. May.
Commissioners, for our second presentation on retail business, we go into this a little bit. Currently, there is an allowance for on-site consumption of lower potency hemp edibles. So like if you go to a brewery, you can either choose to have a beer or a THC beverage at a lot of those. But they are required to get that on-site endorsement, which is part of the licensing. We anticipate that that will also include the plant-based, the new allowance for marijuana, where you could potentially purchase that. Most times you're not gonna be able to utilize it on site, like at the liquor store. But there will be some places that do both, where if you get the on-site endorsement, then potentially you could also use it.
Yeah, okay. So I know we're getting a little ahead of ourselves to the next presentation,
Yeah.
but it is so connected, so you might as well
Right.
stay right there. Commissioner
Madam
Bertram.
Chair, Angie, do you know, is there anything else that we have that we're restricted by the state on so many items, where the moratorium's got to end on the 31st, where we can't be more restrictive than, is it 10 to 10? Or there are certain things that by state statute we can't do. I don't know of any other activity that we're involved in that we can't do things in our ordinances, but there's several of them. There's like, I think 5 of them at least that I can think of by state statute that we can't address. Is there something that we do other than this that's similar to?
Childcare licensing, I mean, there's a number of things that have a lot of restrictions that we don't get to supersede, but go ahead, I get your point.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bertram, and let me think more about that, but off the top of my head, as Commissioner Clark indicated, there's at-home daycares. We're required to allow those in certain districts by state law. There's state law that says local governments have to allow certain things. Residential group home facilities, cannabis. Let me think more on that. Not many. I think
many.
it's definitely less than a handful.
And then there was the opposite when passing tobacco-free happened legislatively. Then we had a series of things that we were told you have to put in ordinances. You can't do this anymore. You have some flexibility about some things, but not others.
And then, Madam Chair, and this would maybe do more with the sheriff and with the county attorney. Now, with these recent developments of these illegal activities in several places, and the further ahead we want to go, the further back we have to look. Are there things that we should be looking at potentially putting in the ordinance that would prevent that from happening? The two legal challenges that are going on right now around the state. And I guess that's really not a question, more than a directive of look at those and let's make sure that our ordinance would be addressing those, because Commissioner Lenzmeyer said it. We all know there's going to be changes in this ordinance. I mean, the state doesn't know what's going on. And certainly I feel for the smaller cities and the townships and cities in general that, they don't know what's going on. And so we really have got to be the partner here in helping at least get this started, because we have to. But there are going to be changes, and we all know that. But look at those situations and say or think, well, if this would have been in place, that couldn't happen. Now, the good news is it's getting jumped on. They're going to lose their license for 5 years and all that stuff. So that is going to be important at the beginning, because I asked Deputy Sheriff Miller at the last meeting, are you guys prepared for this? I mean, do you know how you're going to deal with this if people are driving and, and quite frankly, there's a lot of unknowns. I mean, how are you going to test for it? How are you going to identify it? How are you going to deal with this? And I know there's some, I think Painesville's one of them. I haven't had a chance to talk. I think they want to start doing this in the municipal liquor store, which I think is a terrible mistake. I've encouraged the cities in my district, follow the county, let's start slow, let's walk, let's not run. Because again, if we're that hard up for money, which I did share with the mayor, well, there's a lot of other things we can do then. I mean, which wouldn't be very positive, in my opinion, either. But I hope we're not that hard up for money.
Well, I hope you see this as connected in some way. I think one of the good things is we have ordinances already in place that have some similarities to what is being directed here, with us having some flexibility. And so we have a lot to build on, and you've done a really great job doing that. And at least in my head, I keep trying to separate out what the product or the process is, as we're moving forward, because we only have so many decisions to make. And I hope that along the way with this, and it's kind of like what's happened with alcohol specifically, is what are the things in place for those who might be the bad actors, but that the 90% that are just trying to run a business don't run it foul. Like, we're not making it for the 10%, we're making it for the 90%, but we've got some protections in there, so if a situation like what you're talking about happens. Ms. Bergen, I think we're going to move on to the next public hearing.
Yes, just real quick. So Jill Surmeyer messaged me, and again, another option for on-site sale and consumption are the cannabis events, right?
Yes.
And so
Yes.
I'm thinking, the indications we're getting from OCM is that they're going to be changing that. There's going to be some more direction on that. Currently, the proposal for the zoning on cannabis events, their interim use permit, there's been some discussion statewide as to do local governments have to allow cannabis events versus other sort of cannabis businesses. There's been some conflicts. There's been some conflicting information on that. And so again, to take the most conservative approach, the idea is that what's in front of you today and back on December 3rd would be they would be allowed as an interim use. That could change depending on what direction we get in the next few months.
So that might be, it isn't yet, but it might be that they would allow us to say, not yet, maybe someday, but we're not ready for this because we still can't quite figure out what the heck it is.
Right.
But right now, we would need to put something in place. Okay.
Madam Chair, before the next meeting, just identify, you had that one slide with the three things. I mean, what should we be prepared for on the 17th? Maybe that would help some of us, including me, just narrow down, this is what we're gonna need to decide. Interim use permit, hours of operation. I can't remember the other ones.
Yeah,
but-
they've got 3 on there as well as the rest of the statute, but yes, I think that's always really helpful for us, is just making sure we understand, and that helps people with questions too, and it's December 3rd we'll be coming back
And the
to
last
this.
thing, Madam Chair, is I do still think that the interim use permit, under these conditions with so many unknowns, is really the way to consider going, because again, we've got more control of that, who gets it, how they operate, what we do with it, because something like this I could see would be potentially more of a possibility where person A starts it, gets into trouble, loses a license, whatever, and person B takes it over. And I'm not sure how that would flesh out, but sometimes you've got, again, the people that are going to be doing this aren't just your regular types of people. It's going to be people who are definitely zeroed in, probably coming out of the county, and making money. I mean, that's going to be their deal, in my opinion. So the more cautious we are with that, I think the better off we're going to be.
We actually do have people within the county that are interested or nearby, so we might not see what the other places had, and it is an interesting thing, because around the country there are governments that are absolutely doing this as something they consider to be within their purview, and they think they can control it better. So it's an interesting mix. Ms. Benson, I saw did you want to say something? Because it is easy for us to kind of jumble some of this up. And so if we're getting jumbled, please help us.
Madam Chair, just in regard to licensing, licensing is per individual. So if someone loses their license, they have to go back, a new party would have to come back in and go through that OCM licensing process for that particular licensing type that they would want to do. They can't just transfer. So
Right, so it's important for us to remember that will always happen. there will be a mechanism there on that particular piece.
And just on that, so I understand, so a conditional use permit would allow the activity on that property? I'm just asking, where the interim necessarily wouldn't, you could stop that use on that property.
And
I want to, am I
Right,
understanding that right?
and in which cases would it be that the permitting would be versus the license, or when do you have both? Ms. Bird?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bertram, so under the interim use, the law allows for you to, I should say, the law allows for, under interim use situations, it allows for you to tie the permit to a person. And so let's just say, for example, a cultivation business ends up being an interim use and it is issued to the license, and the interim use are issued to Commissioner Notch. And then Commissioner Notch wants to sell it to Commissioner Clark. Then under the interim use permit, the county board would need to be the entity to say, you'd have an opportunity to review the interim use permit at the time. If it's a conditional use permit, Commissioner Notch could sell the property with the permit going along with it to Commissioner Clark, and there would not be a review by the county board.
Again, but to my thought is that it would be better to be more restrictive at first, at least, to flush this all out.
Thank you. Ms.
Madam
Benson?
Chair, and then in regard to the license, so if Commissioner Notch also had a license for that particular use, if he had an interim use permit and sold it to, or a conditional use and sold it to you, you would then have to go through OCM to get a license for that cannabis business, if it was for cannabis. So it's like a two-part piece. You always have to have that license piece, which is to a person. So if you change, then that will make a difference in the
Okay,
interim
are there
use.
other situations where something like this is happening? I mean, I'm not sure if they thought it was safeguards or, I am very much like you of the mindset of let's go cautiously, and it seems like a lot of bureaucracy then.
And just again, that I'm understanding this right, Madam Chair, so that you'd have to get, in that scenario that you just said, so she'd have to get the license. If he sold the property, she'd have to get the license, and she'd have to get the IUP, the interim use permit, if we went that way.
Correct.
But if we didn't go that way, then all what she would have to get is a license, because the property would already be permitted. Yep. So there's a two-step process.
Right.
Which I think would be advantageous.
Commissioner Notch, and really we are going to move on. Go ahead.
So let's say I'm the owner of this, then, and I go to a lending institution to borrow to build this facility, then I could see where an interim use permit might be can't do it unless you got it paid for before something happens. Because then if you have to if you want to sell it on an IUP, there's a two-step. I mean, it is a safeguard, but I could see on the other end, if you have a responsible person,
Right.
it could be a hindrance as well.
And the first thing the
Which
county
may be
attorney,
why municipalities are actually looking at doing this.
the first thing the county attorney did us in training on planning commission was don't base your decisions on financial situations. So I'm not gonna worry about that.
Well,
These people are gonna have things figured out, I guarantee you.
For me, though, it does go to, how are we doing this for the 90% that are going to do right? Are going to try their best versus only doing it so that everybody has to go to those who are going to try to abuse it. And I could see some situations where one or the other could make sense, and I'm not wed to starting in one place, and if we think it's working okay, moving to another, but not sure about that yet. Okay, anything else? Joe or Lee, did you have anything else on this one? Because otherwise we're going to move to the other public hearing. Is that okay?
I'll just put
Yeah,
this
please.
in a different perspective, I think. If you think about it, we've been on all levels of government, we have been trying to regulate alcohol production and consumption, et cetera, for damn near a century. And we still don't have it right. So folks who are just at the beginning of this, or very much closer to the beginning, then in our experience. And you're going to be changing this on the fly, just like we are relative to alcohol. So you're worrying about getting it right. The realistic goal is getting it pretty good. So good luck, folks.
Thank you. That is helpful. Anything else from either Ms. Benson or Ms. Berger?
Madam
You-
Chair, do you want to make a motion to continue the public
Yes,
hearing?
I was about to do that, but I wanted to see if you had anything else first.
Nope.
Okay, I'm
So
looking for,
moved.
okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Bertram and a second by Commissioner Notch. Seeing no further discussion on this motion, those in favor of, we're going to do a roll call of continuing this public hearing, when your name is called, say aye. Go ahead, Sarah.
Commissioner Lenzmeyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Persky,
Aye.
Commissioner Bertram,
Aye.
Commissioner Notch,
Aye.
Commissioner Clark.
Aye. Thank you.
Protocol
Thank you.
question. Do we need to do roll call on every vote?
Yeah, we're going
Back
to.
in the, back in the day, when I served with other geezers, we only did roll call when the vote was split.
We're doing it because there's two of you are remote. That's why we're doing it.
Oh,
That's the only reason why
right.
we're doing it. If you were both here, we would not be doing it unless we had a split vote, then we would. Yeah, this is only because we've
all
got some folks remote. Yes, otherwise we wouldn't. You're right.
Thank
It's
you.
kind of extra work. So,
Yeah,
all
just
right, so we're going to.
question.
No, it was a good question. Okay, we're going to move to the public hearing on cannabis events, retail business registration, and compliance ordinance number 679.
Good
Welcome.
morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Brenda Tice from the County Attorney's Office. I'm Assistant Stearns County Attorney. Chad May is here with me. Shelley Benson is sitting in on this as well. We're here for that public hearing for that ordinance number 679 as you introduced it. Your agenda packets, pages 78 to 92, contain a red line version of the ordinance. We have a short slide presentation on 4 sections of the ordinance, but first I just wanted to emphasize or repeat that this, like the prior ordinance, the decision-making process can be continued to December 3rd. The public hearing could be continued to December 3rd. The deadlines that were specified under the prior ordinance would still apply as well to this one. So I just wanted to
My
make sure that was
educated
clear.
guess is that that's exactly what we will be doing based on our previous conversation. Why don't you walk us through the pieces that you want to make sure the public is hearing, and then we'll open the public hearing.
Okay. We want to emphasize the inclusion of the cannabis and events section to the ordinance, which was added to the proposed ordinance after it was first published and was discussed at the last board meeting. This is our recommendation, basically, but I would like to provide the slides of the draft ordinance that we have added to the ordinance, the draft provision we've added to the ordinance. It's section 5. It would be on pages 4 to 5 of the red line version. It's our recommendation because the cannabis events are allowed at the discretion of the local government unit, and the events provision will allow the local units of government to require the applicant to provide information by way of a request form or a permit. It also requires certain basic information be provided by the event organizer, and those are set out in the first part of the proposed ordinance. It sets out specific information that would be required, including, I think, an important part being the proof of ownership of all the property on which the cannabis event is to be held, and a signed permission statement stating that that property owner is agreeing to have that event on that property. It requires the local zoning permit and written statement from the local unit of government. And if an event is allowed by the local unit of government, that event will be required to comply with the general requirements and inspection provisions of the county's large gathering permit. Local law enforcement will be given authority to conduct compliance inspections during the cannabis events. So all of that information is in the proposed cannabis provision, which is in section 5 of the ordinance. The next section that we would like to present is on
Madam Chair,
section.
on that
Commissioner
section,
Bertram?
Yes.
on that section, so if a township, small city doesn't do anything, basically they're under our ordinance, would they still sign off or need to sign off on that event, or is that us then?
The local
Tice.
government unit, it doesn't specify whether it's the registrating government unit, the one that registers the businesses in the area. So it applies to the local government unit. So if a city or an unincorporated town in the township wish to have one, they would have to provide permission, as well as they would have to meet the zoning requirements, which if they've been adopted, our zoning requirements, it would have to comply with those.
Yeah, I had a kind of a similar question. When it says local government, does that mean more local than us, or does that mean us? And we might just want to make sure with whatever materials come out that they know, because back to your question, I mean, it's important that the very local, the township or whoever would be signing off on this, that they're not feeling like it's being done to them. Okay.
Yeah, Commissioner Clark, Commissioners, we would start with the local government unit for Stearns County purposes would be unincorporated, Somebody Township, and then any city, the smaller cities that we did reach out to that wanted to enter into agreement, we would absorb those as well and consider their LGU for that purpose. And so I think that would cover that.
So hopefully not, hopefully the horse is still alive, but to clarify, if somebody wants to do this in an unincorporated area, they would need to go to the township as well as follow the ordinance.
Correct.
And if it's a small city, it depends on whether they are utilized, they're in with us with
Correct.
this, or if they've got their own, and then they'd handle their own.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
The next section that we're going to touch on is the section 6.1. It's on page 5 of the red line version. And it is the limited number of retail operations. This is the current version of the proposed provision. And it was previously discussed, and it raised some questions at the last board meeting. In our next slide, we have an alternative language to section 6.1 that we are recommending, where we would eliminate the last line and change the earlier language to state that if the county has one active registration for every 12,500 residents, a city or town within the county would not be obligated to register a retail business once there are 13 registered retail businesses in the county. They would not be obligated to register a retail business after that, but they could if they wanted to. And that's pursuant to the Minnesota statute, which is cited. The last line that we had put in here to indicate the number of retail businesses for purposes of this limitation would be removed, and that's what's in red here on this slide.
I appreciate that clarification.
Okay.
Yeah, and this was, Commissioners, this was in response to the interpretation of the first version, somewhat purports to limit anyone in the county from doing additional if they wanted to. And that isn't the reach of what we'd be able to do. So the recommended alternative creates the protection for every local government unit. If we do get to 13, they're not obligated, but if they wanted to have more, they could. So it creates that, more accurately reflects what the statute allows.
There was an interesting, to me anyways, a little bit of an interesting wrinkle last night. The St. Cloud City Council is also doing their ordinance, and so their public hearing will be at their next meeting. They have a floor that they are suggesting, or however they're gonna handle it, which was 6, and it's like, well, which county would they be in? Because it will affect us. And so it's a very interesting thing depending on where, and I don't know if they'll go more or not, but let's say 3 are in Benton and 3 are in Sherburne and none are in Stearns, then that obviously affects our numbers, or at least where they go. I don't suspect that's going to be the case, given how little of St. Cloud is on the east side, but it kind of made me wonder, along with a number of our communities that are in 2 counties, how that will end up impacting things. But I'm trying not to overthink that, because we're not the amazing Carnam, so. Did you have a question? Okay.
I'm
All right,
thinking.
keep going. That's what I thought. I thought you were thinking. All right.
All right. So then, on page 6 of the red line version, there says section 6.3, oops, and A and B of that section deal with the fees. We realized that the change to the ordinance in the red line version would not include the lesser fee provided under the statute for lower potency edible hemp retailers. So we revised the language to this recommended alternative that includes the lower potency hemp edible retailer fee, which is $125 for their initial and their annual registration fees. And those would be for the businesses that are currently in the liquor establishments that are also serving edibles, beverages, and other edibles.
So it helps make it clearer than the original.
Right, the original, we had originally had or half the amount of the applicable fee under the statute, the licensing fee, and it was tied to the licensing fee, which was complicated, and we wanted to make this section more clear, so we just took out that language about the applicable initial licensing fee because it was already there, except for the edibles. So we had to add some language back in for their fee because it is lesser.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Bertram.
2 things I can't help but think when you talk in details like that about what we're talking about, Grandpa and Grandma wouldn't be impressed. I can tell you that, but whatever. Now my brain caught up with me on 6.1. Wouldn't be not impressed with you, but what we're talking about, not because of you. 6.1 would not be obligated, the cities or the local unit of government. Would we want to encourage them to register? Wouldn't there be a benefit for them to register, even though they wouldn't be obligated? And I'm not suggesting we put that in language, but when we're talking to cities and they're so desperately looking for some direction, I would think it would help everyone to have them register them.
Yeah, Commissioner Bertram, Commissioners, we have reached out and we are also recommending that.
Okay.
Because it doesn't mean they can't do more, but at least it provides the base protections. And so we are recommending that too.
And everybody knows what's everybody's doing,
That's always a question.
Yeah, correct.
which is a good thing.
Yep. Okay, did you have?
Just a curiosity question. So as of right now, because the ordinance isn't in effect, those establishments selling them now don't require a license yet.
They do require an on-site consumption license through OCM currently.
Okay, that's how they do it, okay.
And then again, I won't get into the future because it'll be changing.
Okay, thanks.
So going back to this next one and the numbers that are in there, those, the $1,000 and the 125, is that what the state is saying the fees are? So that's also very interesting, and we should anticipate that we will at some point be permitted to make changes to what the amounts are.
That's why we added that successor statute language in there. We're anticipating
Absolutely.
that that's going to change down the road.
Right. But at some point, we'll want to do it so somebody doesn't come back and say, they don't say, but it said it was this much, and we're saying, well, actually, it's twice that much. All right, thank you.
Then,
Wait, and Commissioner Lensmeyer and Persky, we cannot see you right now, so if you end up having a question out of these, please just ask to be recognized and we'll get your questions in. Okay, go ahead.
I just heard a phrase that reassures me that once in a while, my perspective is actually considered. And that phrase was,
I could,
hopefully the horse is still alive.
it is alive,
And, They do
I won't
listen.
speak for anybody else, but I personally do appreciate hearing your perspective. And you are kind of one of five. We kind of need it. So, all right. I just wanted you to know I
Take it
couldn't see
away.
you. I want you to think I'm
Take it
ignoring
away, fearless leader.
you. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Tice.
All right, and then the next slide is page 10, section 8.3 of your red line version. But the slide provides a copy of the red line version of the current ordinance with crossouts. This section needed to address the differences between the cannabis retailers and the lower potency edible hemp retailers, and we are trying to address the need to meet the hours of operation for those lower potency edible hemp retailers. And we came up with some alternative language that we're recommending because this definitely was not meeting that, and it was adding more confusion to our hours of operation than we needed. So what we've come up with is we have have a retail cannabis businesses that is the provision where no sales of cannabis, hemp, or products containing cannabis or hemp by a cannabis business with a license or endorsement authorizing the retail sale of cannabis shall occur between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. Monday through Saturday, nor between 10 p.m. and 10 a.m. on Sundays. Now, this slide provides for hours of operation which are intended to be consistent with off-sale liquor store hours of operation. The on-site consumption endorsement language is removed as it's not needed. That reference was included previously to make sure we could include the hours of operation or somehow address the hours of operation for those businesses with the lower potency hemp retailers at the businesses. So that is what we have done. We have set this out to address only those retail cannabis businesses. That would include those who do have on-site endorsements if they are given one by the state, but it would exclude these lower potency hemp edible retailers. We're eliminating that section 2, which related strictly to on-site consumption endorsements because it's not necessary. And we are putting at the end a statement that this provision does not apply to the operation of the lower potency hemp edible retailer. And we refer you to section 342.46 of the cannabis statutes, which require that if a lower potency hemp edible retailer is also serving alcoholic beverages, they're required to hold an on-sale liquor license under Minnesota Statute Chapter 340A by statute. And it includes the hours and days of sale provisions under 340A.504 for liquor establishments. So their hours of operation were already in effect under the law, and the lower potency hemp edible retailers have already been operating under those laws. So there was no need to try to include that in this ordinance, so we've removed it. And we are recommending this alternative language in the ordinance that's being presented for public hearing.
So a more detailed question than maybe I should be asking, but this to me looks clearer than the other. A question I have is for the online version, when we finally have something passed, could we have links to the statutes? There's just so many statutes and it's hard for people to know where to go, right? If we're just,
That's right.
I don't know if that's possible, but it would help just so that they're looking at our online version of this, they can click on it and say, okay, this really doesn't apply to me. So something to consider. Okay.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Commissioners, I can speak to this slide a bit as well. So the reason that we did differentiate the lower potency hemp edible retailer, that has been legal in the state for several years now. And so that's been operating under its own, statutory authorizations. So think of this, a lot of this is just the cannabis liquor store, type situation. And so that's why we did mirror the hours. One difference between this and the zoning slide, And it is a point of decision for the board. The zoning slide, I believe, was 10 p.m. to 10 a.m., straight across the board. There is some allowance, and that's why ours here has 10 p.m. To 8 a.m. Monday through Saturday, 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. on Sunday. That would be the closest mirror to alcohol. I don't know if there are liquor stores that open at 8. I'm certainly not at those at 8 a.m. But there are. If there are, then that, just so you're aware, if you wanted to make it mirror that.
Not that I'd go in them at 8, but I've driven by.
You're talking legally, right?
Right.
They're legal, yes. Yes.
I lost the audio.
Anything
So that
else
should
we
be,
need to know
I believe that's
before?
everything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Yes.
could we have the screen go back so we could see Commissioner Persky and Commissioner Lensmeyer, please? Do either of you have any questions before we open the public hearing? Okay, Lee, no?
No, I'm good.
Okay, all right. So it sounds like we're good to go. Okay, going to open the public hearing with regard to cannabis events, retail business registration, and compliance ordinance number 679, the draft of it. Is there anyone who wishes to speak or has any questions? Please come up and state your name and your address, please.
Mark Thompson, 31665 Cedar Ridge Road, St. Joe. Relative to section 6.1, the number of retail operations, just curious about how those licenses will be awarded, if it'll be first come, first serve, or if it's going to be limited to 13, or if it's going to be expanded beyond that. Again, how will those licenses be awarded? What mechanism will be used?
Okay, thank you. Do you want to address that now?
That is a decision that the county will be making on how to do that. It's not, we haven't put that into the ordinance, no?
No, the OCM, Commissioners, OCM has indicated that they are not providing any guidance to governments as to how that happens because it is a question, but they have recommended first come, first serve or lotteries. In the event that we don't reach the 13, it's irrelevant. Obviously, as soon as we reach 13 in the county and cities or towns wanted to restrict, they could. And I think the best way to think of it currently would be timing. The only issue is we will need to see how they come in from OCM because they'll go to OCM first, get the license, and then they'll submit it to us. So I don't know if they're doing it in batches or based on a timestamp or.
Right. So another way to think about it is that once we hit 13 in the county and a jurisdiction that has its own ordinances, if they want to, they can add
Correct.
and exceed the we'd have more, or if they want to restrict at that point, they could, or we could.
Right.
For our areas.
I spoke about a scenario earlier. Let's assume, Melrose decides to have 20.
No, we always use Sartell or El Rosa.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Why confuse us?
Right. Yeah. Okay, so Sartell decides to have 20. Then arguably pursuant to the ordinance and statute, then the rest of Stearns County could decide not to have any additional. Now, I'm not sure that, well.
It probably
that-
wouldn't happen
Right.
just because of business decisions probably by some, but that could be. We will have done what, and if somebody came forward in an unincorporated area, we could, if there's already 20, we could choose not to go any further,
Correct.
right? Commissioner Nudge, did you have something you're thinking?
No.
Okay, good questions. I guess it's under the it depends still then, right?
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Anybody else with questions right now? Okay, I'm not seeing any members. You might have other questions right now, but based on our previous public hearing, it would make sense, I would think, to be getting a motion to continue this public hearing.
So move.
Thank you, until December 3rd. There's a motion by Commissioner Bertram. Is there a second? I see.
Yeah, I can second that.
Okay, Commissioner Lensmeyer. All right, there has been a motion and a second to continue this public hearing until December 3rd. See no further discussion on the motion. Please, all in favor, please signify by saying aye when we get to you by roll call.
Commissioner Bertram,
Aye.
Commissioner Persky,
Aye.
Commissioner Lenzmeyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Notch,
Aye.
Commissioner Clark.
Aye. Okay.
Do you notice how she's mixing it up? She's keeping us on our toes.
Yeah, that's what,
You
and that's
never
what
know who's going to be first.
Randy does it too. Good alternating. At the beginning of COVID, we didn't do quite so good with that, and then it got better. So I appreciate you. Definitely
Yes.
on our toes,
Yeah.
but it also, gives them something else to do. It's a good thing. Oh, so members, if you're hearing any other questions, please, let's get back to our fabulous staff and make sure we're getting those clarified. And same with members of the public. If you are seeing anything, as you said, pretty good, Commissioner Lenzmeyer, if we get to pretty good, that's probably the best we can hope for in this foggy mist we're in. And we will continue to work on it,
The
Commissioner Bertram.
biannual township meeting, great timing
Yep.
Thursday night,
Yep.
so we'll be able to
Yep.
engage the townships on this.
Well, yeah.
Commissioners wanted to reach out, opportunity here, public hearing, any cities or towns that are going through this, thinking about it, and they're watching, us sort of do this, please reach out, and we have the ability to help out in
Great.
certain circumstances.
And maybe we can remind through the municipal league too, do
Yep.
some additional communication
And Mayor
about that.
Hemish is the president
I
and
know, since
Stacy's
he's
the
sitting,
secretary.
since
Get-
they're sitting here, I figured we could put that plug in.
I'd do a separate email if I were you, just reminding the cities what's going on. And
But we don't want to tell you what to do, but thank you. We're just suggesting. Thank you very much. Appreciate this ongoing work. All right, we have one more, environmental services, which is approving the submittal of the Mississippi River St. Cloud Comprehensive Watershed Management Plan to Bowser. And very much appreciate both of you being here today. If you'd be willing to say your names for the record. And members, this is the one that I'm serving on the policy committee. I'm currently chairing it. Our staff, the staff, and the Citizen Advisory Group have been incredibly helpful as we're moving forward. So for those who might not have gotten to read all of the 424-page plan, hopefully you got a chance to at least look at the executive summary. And for the back room, I think we're going to show a few slides on there. Okay.
Yep. Good morning.
Ms. Schlorf.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Becky Schlorf, the Division Supervisor in Environmental Services, and I have with me here a staff person that we had promoted, Angela Beckman. She's going to be doing the water planning, aquatic invasive species, and wetlands.
And welcome. We got lots going on.
Yep.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So this planning process for the Mississippi St. Cloud Comprehensive Watershed Management Plan did begin in 2022. There was a 60-day comment period for the public that ended in September, and there will now be a public hearing held December 5th at 11 a.m. at the Sherburne History Center in Becker. The memorandum of agreement for this planning process did require each LGU or partner to approve for the policy committee to formally submit the plan, the draft plan, to the state or the Board of Water and Soil Resources for approval. And so that is the motion that you'll need to consider today, is making that policy committee, giving them the permission to make the formal submittal of the plan. So to just briefly show the watershed area that we're talking about, it does go all the way up from Gilman down to St. Cloud or Sauk Rapids, St. Cloud, down to Kimball, Watkins area, over through the Annandale, Otsego, Elk River, and then up through Zimmerman, Princeton, and back up. So it is an area with management districts that the plan is broken up into these areas. And then the entities are listed here, the main local government units that are involved. And so for Stearns County, we're probably third or fourth major player, but Sherburne is entirely within the watershed, Benton County, a good portion of it. For Stearns County, we go down into this area. Some of the hash mark is the district, the watershed district involved there. They're not a partner in this project, however. But yes, this is the Stearns County area of the watershed.
It's certainly not as big of an area as the Sauk, but there are a
Correct.
lot of people who live in it.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, nowhere near as big.
Yeah, Madam Chair, when I first seen this show up, I thought, oh, that must be a lakes or something, but I guess it's a countertop.
And so in this plan, the partners identified 4 issue areas. So surface water, groundwater, habitat and natural resources, and then landscape resiliency. And then there's different concerns listed for each one, and then there's goals, measurable goals listed for each one as well. So the typical things that we see are nutrient sediment reduction, pollution loading reduction, delisting of impaired waters, and that kind of thing. Another slide here, another page of the executive plan that I will show you is it's called a multiple benefit analysis. It was a way for the group and the partners to prioritize where the dollars should be spent. So this is a 10-year plan, but as you know, we end up applying for a 2-year allocation of money for the watershed. And so each 2-year plan is written basically for the priority areas. So for Stearns County area, the darker colors are up here in the St. Cloud area, and then down here in the Clearwater River watershed area. And just to briefly show you as well, water-wise, it would include Johnson Creek and then Lake Caroline and Louise. So that's a quick summary of the plan draft that the partners or the policy committee would be submitting to the state for approval. And then again, just to remind the public that there is a public hearing held, or will be held on December 5th. And I do apologize, in the packet, the URL did not get in there, but if the members of the public are interested, they could go to the county's website, select Departments, Environmental Services, Water Resources, and then Comprehensive Water Planning, and it's linked from there. All of our plans, all 3 of them, we will have a 4th one coming, but all 3 of them are accessible from that page of our website.
Yeah, very much appreciating the maps and the helping the policy committee figure out how you're getting to the highest priorities, given so many needs and where those opportunities and who could be other partners in them, or how to leverage other resources is really important. So process-wise, we're at the point where everybody's boards are coming back and approving the submittal, and then, as you said, we will have the public hearing, the policy committee will have that. So we're looking for approval on the submittal of this today. And if there are questions or comments, also looking for a motion. I know Commissioner Notch, you've been through this a few times. And we've been through it as a board, but you have been deeply.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll move approval with a comment.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And Joe, we can't see. If you could put your screen on if you're able, that would be great. Okay, discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I was just going to mention, so the North Fork Policy Committee, we met a couple weeks ago down in Litchfield, and Bowser did their PRAP report, which was quite interesting. Basically, they did the initial review of how that one watershed, one plan is functioning, and North Fork was a pilot, so they've been doing this for a while. So it was kind of interesting to actually see how Bowser looked at everything that they had in their plan. Were they following the plan? And, actually, they got a pretty good commendation, from Bowser, that they're meeting the majority of what they had put in the plan. So it's kind of interesting to see the fruits of this start coming around, showing that, okay, this can be an effective tool. Plus, the funding is there, and not competing, so they can initiate projects without saying, oh, now we got to go try and get a grant to cover a portion of it. So, I'm hoping Sauk River gets that far, and, these other ones do. It is kind of nice, for that group to hear positive, results from Bowser.
It also sounds, Commissioner Notch, like given all the front work that goes into this, that eventually you start seeing some benefits.
Right.
When you're saying you're not having to compete or apply because it's been approved.
Right.
That's good to know there's some light out there.
Yeah.
Well, you have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair.
ahead.
If you said it, I missed it, I'm sorry, but who are the local units of government that are forming the joint powers? Which governmental units?
You can put the slide back on. It's the same ones that are in the current process.
Okay.
So these are the entities that will be looking at doing the joint powers entity or the JPE. So that will be coming before you probably early next year and about the same time that we would also bring the formal adoption of the plan to you for approval.
So 11 units of government.
I don't think, no, these are all within the watershed.
They're all
I
within
don't-
it because Mille Lacs doesn't have anybody there. I don't think.
I guess I'd have to go back and look at the draft.
So the counties, I mean, some of them don't have to, they're optional, but as Ms. Schlorf was just saying, they could be in there. We have 10 people on there, so they're a mix of our soil and water conservation folks and county commissioners. So it's counties and the soil and water conservation districts, and then there are the other groups that provide recommendations and do a lot of the technical work that comes. So it's all elected people who are coming together. What's going to be different with this one than the SOC is it will be a joint powers agreement as opposed to a collaborative. The planning process has been a collaborative. I'm not sure how much difference that's going to make for us because we're still going to come back through with everything we're doing. But
Yeah, Madam Chair, especially if the JPE board meets quarterly, it still does elongate the process to some extent.
yes, and the irony was entities like MCIT thought it would make it go faster. And we're not sure about that, but it's okay. We're
We'll
good
see.
team players and appreciate that. Commissioner Lensmeyer, Commissioner Persky, any questions? Because if not, we're going to move to a vote.
No.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. We're going to take roll call on the vote to approve.
Commissioner Notch,
Aye.
Commissioner Lensmeyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Bertram,
Aye.
Commissioner Persky,
Aye.
Commissioner Clark.
Aye. All right, it's approved. Thank you again for the work on this.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, members, we are going to, are you okay with, since our RSVP folks are here, are you okay with continuing through their presentation and then taking a quick break, or do you want one now? Okay, we're going to keep going.
Madam Chair, your next agenda item is a report from the Retired Senior Volunteer Program. As you recall, the board appropriated funding in the $10,000 in the 2024 budget, excuse me, in support of the program. And that was the first time that the board's appropriated since, I think it's 2016, perhaps. And up until that time, the board funded, and then there was a break in funding. And so given that, we wanted the director to come in and give an update to the board, and I think you might have people with you, Jennifer, so I'll let you introduce yourself.
Yes,
and whoever you
introduce
have.
yourselves, and then just want to acknowledge Commissioner Notch is on the advisory.
Oh, that's right,
Yeah, so I'm sure you'll have some perspective as well.
Thank you for that,
Welcome.
Madam Chair. Hello, Commissioners, and Mike Williams. Thank you for having us. So RSVP, as you know, is a program of AmeriCorps seniors. We have a federal grant through AmeriCorps to support older adults here in central Minnesota, promoting positive and healthy aging and meeting critical community needs. Our program serves in Stearns, Benton, Sherburne, and Wright counties. And the counties and cities in our region are our strongest partners. So we really value the opportunity to come here today and share with you the impact of this program. I want to just start out with a few reminders. One reminder is that our region anticipates a 26% increase in our age 65 plus population between now and 2040. And then there is a staggering 56% rise in population of our 85 and older. The CDC also reports that 1 in 4 adults age 65 plus are socially isolated and lonely. And we know that social isolation is linked to serious health conditions, including an increased risk in premature death. So as our region faces these significant demographic shifts, we'll continue to play a vital role in meeting the needs of this growing population and providing avenues for older adults to be involved and maintain connections in our community, which is just so important. I have a clicker here, so I get to move it. RSVP currently supports over 1,000 older adults in our 4-county region that are dedicated to helping others, enhancing human services. You'll see here our statistics and numbers of folks involved in the program, and we're serving close to 150 human service organizations that need and utilize the volunteer help. And their hours are going primarily to strengthening food security, increasing K-12 education and academic engagement, supporting aging in place and companionship services, transportation to those in need, and through health and wellness programs. We see in here every day that time spent in service to others goes far beyond meeting those critical community needs that we're addressing here. In our most recent volunteer satisfaction survey, you'll see results there on the left-hand corner. We were able to get 420 of our local volunteers to respond to our survey, and the responses were very high in satisfaction with an enhanced sense of meaning and purpose, improved mental and physical health, and social connections through their involvement with this program. The survey results parallel the Mayo Clinic's information on their website, highlighting that older adults who engage in volunteer experience do have better physical health and a decrease in heart disease and stroke and general illness compared to non-volunteers. That positive impact extends into mental health and well-being as well. In the past 2 years, this program has seen an unprecedented number of volunteers joining RSVP, really stressing a critical societal need for connection, meaningful relationships, and sense of purpose. I'm going to now turn it over to Tana Quinby, our program coordinator, to share some local information with you.
Good morning, Ms. Quimby.
Good morning. Thank you for welcoming us back.
If you don't mind saying your name.
I'm Tana Quimby, Benton County resident, program coordinator for AmeriCorps Seniors RSVP, serving Stearns and Benton County. Thank you. Thank you. In the slide that we've got up right now, you can see volunteers who attended our RSVP recognition event. With your support, we were able to add Avon as one of the recognitions. So the big picture is our folks out in Avon. We also had events in St. Joseph, Waite Park, and St. Cloud this past year. As we talk about our service in Stearns County, I think it's important for us to take a pause and get into the retiree mindset. It's going to be great, isn't it? All day
we
to
clearly
spend,
don't know how to do that.
all day to spend with your friends and family, doing things you love, right? You're on that, doing things you love. But here's the thing. How many of our social connections are work friends? 1 in 5 are on the national level. People have their social connections just be their work friends. So when your work friends are still working and you're retired, RSVP's here to help. If you're lucky enough to have a partner in life and great friends to enjoy life, hooray! But when your luck changes and you're feeling alone and lonely, like 40% of the Minnesota seniors are, RSVP is here to help. Statistics show that about 1/3 of retirees experience a relevance of purpose once they retire. They don't know what's left. They feel like this might be the end of life. They've cleaned everything. They've checked off their work box. They've raised their kids. They've done all of the cleaning of and organizing of their closets. And now they're feeling a little lost, and really 1/3 of seniors feel that. And RSVP is here to help. With your support, we were able to support 680 Stearns County seniors last year as they built resilience and flourished into their golden years. Together with volunteers in the other counties, we served 120,000 hours for this community. There's a dollar value for the volunteer hour. If the nonprofits and organizations had to pay for that, that would have been a $3.8 million impact on this community. The cool thing about our program is we're here to help so that seniors can help. We're open to everybody 55 plus. We serve retired teachers, medical professionals, business owners, laborers, and the like. Here's how we're able to help seniors create a volunteer experience that delights them. We build relationships with, as Jennifer said, about 150 human service agencies that need help. We take time to talk with every senior that's on our roster as they cross our doors. We talk to them about where they've been, what skills they want to share, and the difference they want to make in their volunteer life tomorrow. We let them know about the community needs and how to get involved. We help them navigate the waters in a world where everything seems impersonal and nobody answers the phone. We take the time to sit down with them individually and help them craft an experience that makes the most sense for them. We support them with transportation reimbursement. We provide training, we provide recognition, and we have a supplementary insurance policy. And I always say to them, so you can volunteer with wild abandon. We've got your back. Moving my own slide. So RSVP's focus in Stearns County this past year, at the Stearns County Fair, we sponsored the Senior Citizen Volunteers of the Year. We brought snacks and delivered them, and we were able to provide healthy snacks instead of something that maybe it was just full of sugar. We connected with seniors in St. Stephen at the Helping Hands Outreach Fair and talked to a bunch of folks there who might want to get involved. We promoted critical transportation volunteers like TRICAP transportation drivers who help make sure that folks in Western Stearns County can get in for appointments and so forth. We supported the older adult connections through service with lunch and learn trainings in Cold Spring. So we talked with folks about how they can incorporate more gratefulness and happiness in their lives to experience both the mental and physical benefits. We made connections between lifelong citizens and our newest neighbors. So we had some events where we had service and social events where we had someone there to interpret so that they could, where there was language barriers. So we took down that barrier also. We definitely supported schools. We have our Readers Theater that has about 60 volunteers who love to read. They've created scripts that they animatedly bring to K-12 classrooms. In the first 2 months of this year, we've reached more than 687 students in Stearns County alone, including every K-5 class in Holdingford. So.
I'm going to see their administrator tomorrow. I'll talk to him about that.
Definitely, give me the form. We want to be more involved. We've got it. So.
Superintendent.
About 60% of the students who participate in a Readers Theater performance say that they have improved academic engagement. So that's pretty cool for a one-time event to have 60% of the kids say, yep, I learned something new today. So it's a really affirming program. We also have developed a youth resiliency program. So we're going into K-12 classrooms where we are sharing things about resiliency, sharing our experience with resiliency, and having conversations with kids about resiliency, and then doing service projects together. Happiness in Action is the name of that program. In Stearns County, RSVP volunteers provide free tax preparation. They ensure families have enough food on the table. They strengthen literacy for our newest citizens. They support people with a disability. They provide direction and comfort as folks approach their end of life. They lift up our vibrant arts community. They offer a hand to veterans in need. And as you can see on the screen, so much more. When a volunteer comes to us, they choose a one-time or ongoing roles with the 60 agencies that we just have listed that serve in Stearns County. Next up, I would like to introduce, last year I talked to you about one of our special volunteers who comes to St. Cloud and serves, and because he comes to St. Cloud and serves, Western Stearns County benefits. So in just a second, Frank Haynes is going to come up. We've got Frank on loan today. He's volunteering with the Salvation Army. He's taking a little break. I notice he's watching his clock and ready to get back to work.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Frank Haynes. I'm from Albany, Minnesota, and I apologize. I am volunteering today. I'm driving the food truck. The food truck is out there.
You
and
look
so
like
I'm
you're
going,
wearing
oh, God,
the appropriate thing.
But it's like, you either have to dress for what you're doing most of the time or dress for the 5 minutes here, and I dress for what I'm doing most of the time.
Thank you for being here.
So I'm here as a rural volunteer so you can put a face to who you're benefiting. Steve, Raleigh, and Tilly are my neighbors. You probably know that. His in-laws. They're both hitting 90 this year, and they're Stearns County strong, you know. So, so let's see. One of the things I wanted to say is that it's important if you're going to have a successful retirement that you retire to something, not from something. And I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Yeah,
and
well,
that's
boy.
totally what. Yep. That's totally what RSVP is about. And so I always was a volunteer, but now that I'm retired, it's like, that's what I get to do. And so I started with the Salvation Army, just at the food shelf. And then I volunteered to drive the food truck, which we go around all the Coburns and the Quick Trips and pick up the food and bring it to the food shelf. And I normally do it on Thursdays. I'm talking fast because the meter is literally running on my vehicle. So, all right. So I should always put in that extra quarter. Always put in that extra quarter. So I volunteered at the Salvation Army. I volunteered with the Central Minnesota Arts Board, the Lake Wobegon Marathon, Fair for All, United Way. So what I would say that your support does is it gives us a sense of appreciation, that we know that somebody sees what this massive volunteer workforce is doing, and it gives us a sense of appreciation. And I would say I do know some volunteers that are on fixed income, that it's important to them to have that little bit of money, you know, because if you're on a fixed income, and especially when you get out into the rural, you know, that comes with its own obstacles. You know, it's about 25 miles one way for me to come in, you know, and it's worth it to me. But, you know, and there's others that drive just that far also. And so there are rural obstacles to volunteering, and there's a lot more opportunities in this, you know, area than there are when you get rural. Of course, there are opportunities out there, but there's more here. So it does open up opportunities to volunteer and engage with people. And my last position before I retired was Executive Director of Helping Hands Outreach in Holdingford. And one of the things, you heard it, and I'll just reiterate it, one of the things we really focused on is the two major issues that senior adults face, and the older they get, is loneliness and isolation. And having these opportunities, I mean, they send out lists of opportunities that you can get involved with, you know, from the Paramount, you know, to the Rocks, to, you know, you saw all those organizations up there. And so what I want to close with is just saying that your money is doing a lot of work out there, and there's a lot of people that are appreciative and being supported by it. And we thank you for it.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and talking about this and for the work you're doing. It's super important, and you're reinforcing why the importance of RSVP and it exists. So thank you. Thank you for your efforts. And
thank you.
Anytime you want to come, well, you know, you're on your work shift, you are welcome to dress however you want.
And Madam Chair, if he gets a parking ticket, bring it back in. One of us will pay for it.
Okay.
I was going to say that hopefully the city of St. Cloud will start revisiting some of their parking issues. But
yeah, maybe they see Salvation Army on the van, they might go.
I have a feeling you will not get a ticket today. I could be wrong, but.
Thank you, Frank. As you can see, we're very grateful for your support to this program, and your contributions to RSVP allow us to provide that personal volunteer experience for every older adult that wishes to get involved in volunteer service. Our volunteers are consistently expressing their applause for the social connection opportunities they get to have, the transportation reimbursements that they get to receive to and from their service if they need it. That's what Frank was referring to when some of our volunteers get a reimbursement. And then also the diverse volunteer opportunities. We hear that those are some of our greatest assets of this program, and we couldn't provide that without your local government help. In closing, I just want to stress that investing in people who are investing in our communities, like Frank, is really a win-win for our local government and for service recipients, as well as the individuals giving their time. We know that service builds bridges and reinforces community, builds capacity for our local human service organizations, and promotes that health and well-being. We will always welcome further exploration with our Stearns County stakeholders as to how senior volunteers can be involved in enhancing our communities. So at this time, I welcome any questions or feedback that you have for us.
Commissioner Notch.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, thanks, Jennifer, for coming here today and doing the presentation. I do serve on the advisory committee, which, you know, so far I've had limited experience, but on that, when the committee meets, there's definitely passion for what they do and what they want to bring to their communities. Also a shout out to Frank and his wife, Angela, who do visit my in-laws quite a bit and play cards and, you know, spend some time with them while, you know, because my wife's siblings are all working yet. So it's kind of nice to have a neighbor who, you know, reaches out and volunteers. But yeah, that, you know, there's a lot of good stories, you know, that you hear from people, you know, who do the volunteering, and, you know, hopefully one day, maybe I give up one of my jobs, I can
I was going
maybe
to
help.
say, I'm not sure where you'd fit it in right now between your many jobs,
Yeah.
which are all another way of giving back. Well, and thank you for your service on that. And others may have comments or questions. I know that one of the things we were looking for with this was how do you go about expanding? Who's engaged? Who is making a difference in different areas? Looks like you made a lot of good progress in this first effort to do that. And I certainly know on the east end of the county, hugely great work. I mean, hugely important work. So thank you for that too. Other members? Anybody? Otherwise, don't take our quietness for not appreciation. We definitely appreciate the work and are glad to be seeing the dollars leveraged and multiplied in the many volunteer hours that are happening.
Thank you. And certainly let us know if there's any other ways that we can be involved in assisting in our community.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all three of you for making the time. Appreciate that. Members, we're going to take a quick break, and then we are going to come back to consider the awarding of the Stearns County ARPA Park and Trail Enhancement Funding. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you for coming. Just go ahead, Ben, and say your name, obviously, and title for the record, and then walk us through the proposal here.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Clark. Ben Anderson, Stearns County Parks Director. The agenda item in front of you for consideration today can be found on packet pages 104 through 110, and it is to consider awarding the Stearns County ARPA Parks and Trail Enhancement Funding. If you recall, the county board approved the allocation of $200,000 in one-time American Rescue Plan Act funding for township and small city park and grant programs. The Stearns County Park Commission received 7 applications that totaled $211,842 in requests. That's about $12,000 over the allocated funding amount. However, I do want to point out that the total project costs that were submitted is just shy of $500,000. So you certainly can see the impact in the communities across the county. The park commissioners used the scoring criteria that can be found in your packet on page 104 and 105 to develop the recommendation to the board. And a summary of each of the requests can also be found in your packet on pages 107 to 110. The Stearns County Park Commission recommended that the Stearns County Board of Commissioners fund the city and townships as presented in the rank order with the allocated amount, as can be seen on the packet page 105. However, they did want to make a second motion that if there was additional funding available to fully fund those projects. So those are the two recommended actions by the Park Commission, and I'll take any questions.
Excellent. And actually, too, before we get into any discussion, Dr. Williams, can you talk to us about whether or not there are the funds available to fund, go over that by almost 12,000?
Thanks, Madam Chair and members. We're going to bring a report, an ARP funding report to you, I believe, at your next meeting. But there's ample funding to, if you want to allocate a little bit beyond that 200,000. And Mr. Anderson crafted this just how I asked him to, that, what would you do if you need to stay within the $200,000? But since it was such a small amount, I figured that the board would consider funding in total. There's not quite $1 million left in that fund, but there's certainly $600,000, $800,000, so 11 will be fine.
And then you'll be bringing forward some more broadband.
Yes.
But there is sufficient.
Yeah, one of the reasons I'm waiting with that ARP report to you is that before that next meeting, I have 2 proposals coming in for broadband funding for Collegeville Township and Wakeville Township. And they're smaller projects, but what I think we'll do is when they come in and we know the numbers, we'll consider funding them without using border-to-border grants. Or if they're enough, then we'll ask the ISPs to wait and apply during the next round. So we'll just kind of have to wait and see on that.
Well, I find that information personally very helpful. It was exciting to see how many were able to come forward with proposals and really look at what a difference that could make with some of these resources. And members, as we're moving to questions, et cetera, just if you could at least say if you're open to going fully funding the full amount, which would be it would be $211,842.
Madam Chair, I'll do better than that. I'll make that motion that we do that.
Okay. I was just going to interject and say I have the number in front of me now. $753,000 is remaining in the ARP fund. So.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, I'm glad that we added cities because there was obviously several small cities that were able to participate, which is good. They benefit the townships around them. So I think that that's a win-win situation.
Commissioner Persky, you are not going to be able to vote on
Madam
this.
Chair.
Wait. I want you to talk,
That's
but you're
okay.
not. Wait. Joe, can you hear me?
Yes.
Joe, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
I can hear
you could talk about this and speak on behalf of it, but you won't be able to vote because you moved.
Okay.
But that's okay.
What makes
You've
you
got
think
a
I
beautiful
moved?
background.
say, yeah, we got a meeting in 15 minutes.
Nope,
in
we
Emmer's
want you to
office.
go and advocate for transportation funding. Do you want to make a second to the motion to approve it? Oh, you can't. Never mind.
I
I'm
can,
sorry.
but I want to comment. At the park.
Wait, can you
commission
wait
meeting,
one
we-
second? I want to get a second to the motion and then you
Hey,
can talk.
damn it, take turns. Chill.
Do you want to
Please.
make a second the motion, Commissioner Lenzmeyer?
No, but let's move things along. I'll
Well, that's
make
what
some
I'm trying to
motions.
do. We need a second. Thank you, Commissioner Notch. Okay, Joe.
Okay, I just want to say that it was vetted by the Park Commission. We went through those projects. We had representatives from all those communities there as well. And I just want to say it went very well. Very strong recommendations from the Park Commission and very welcoming reception of getting those funds from those communities. So I just want to say these are dollars well spent.
Excellent. Well, and to both you, Commissioner Persky, and to Mr. Anderson, please thank the Park Commission for their work on this. And it really was a good assortment. Are there any other comments?
Just one comment.
Commissioner
I have to thank Commissioner Persky because he was definitely a very strong advocate to see if we can make this happen. And it's nice to see that it did come forward and happen.
Yes. And this is, to me, a really good example of the benefit of using these funds. This is something that's going to make a difference in these communities and the regions for a long time. And it's something they couldn't have done on their own. So for one-time funds, it's really making a difference. Anybody else? Seeing none, we're going to do a roll call vote. And obviously, we're going to have to say that Commissioner Persky was unable to vote.
All right, Commissioner Lenzmeyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Notch.
Aye.
Commissioner Bertram.
Aye.
Commissioner Clark.
Aye.
4-0.
Thank you. Thank you again. Commissioner Persky, knowing that you're running to another meeting, is there anything you want us to know from what you're doing there? Or given you froze up, maybe you're gone? Nope, you're there.
No, I'm still here. Yeah, with the APO, we've got a number of projects. Of course, we're looking at, continued funding, continued congressional directed spending, also as well as advocating for the river crossing south of St. Cloud, and then also support for the airport, future support for North Star, if we can make that happen. The intersection at Highway 15 and 2nd Street South, the one that's so problematic. We're looking at a resolution there, maybe in the area of about $30 million. So yeah, we've got a bunch of things on our plate.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. And we will let you go unless you had anything else under issues by commissioner, but go work on those things.
Okay, will do. I'm just going in right now. All right.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day, everyone. Yep.
All
bye-bye.
right, Commissioner Lenzmeyer, do you have anything under issues by commissioner?
Yeah, it's interesting that Joe would mention North Star. I chaired North Star Corridor Authority for a number of years, and government entities and government people really hate to admit defeat. That the notion that not all of our ideas work is something pretty foreign to our peer group. And one of them is North Star. In its current structure, it doesn't work. It's never worked. And it is, I don't know how, if the changes would matter anymore at this point, but at some point, if you'd like more detailed commentary on that, I'll certainly share it. I won't use it now, but Joe is unplugged now, and he's off to another meeting. But Joe was recognized last Friday
Yes, thank you.
by the DOT folks for at the recommendation of an adjacent county commissioner for his efforts in transportation. So end of story. You get a victory lap, Joe, and that's as good as I can do for you today.
Lee, I'm glad you brought that up. That was pretty exciting at the Transportation Alliance. He certainly is working.
Yep.
He'll continue to work. He knows how to be persistent as well as maybe occasionally patient. So excellent. Commissioner Bertram.
Nothing other than thanking staff, all of our staff. I mean, on a regular basis, what we see have to have prepared for meetings, going through parks, environmental services, all of that. We're all kind of 10,000-foot view people, and without the detailed, consistent work from everybody, we couldn't have the end products that we do. They prep them for us to debate and discuss, and kudos to the staff.
Absolutely.
Jeff, at some point, this would be a good happy hour discussion. What your expectations were coming into the commissioner job versus what you came to realize was reality. But we don't need to do that now.
Maybe after our truth and taxation meeting. Okay, Commissioner Notch.
Okay, just a couple quick things. Thursday night, we have the township officers meeting in Freeport at the community center. And then one other thing, I'm not sure if everybody was included, but Cliff Morganing ran the Lake Wobegon Trail, the Cumberland Ride and Lady Slipper. He is wanting to step down from that. So they're looking for somebody to take on that role. It is an organization, but unfortunately, if nobody steps in, that will probably go away. So if there is anybody interested in wanting to continue that legacy after 20-some years, I think Cliff has been doing it, or about since the trail has been there. That's, he's definitely looking for a successor, and I know so far nobody has stepped forward, and it's unfortunate, but it is a time commitment to, organize.
It's good to say that out loud, though, so that people can start thinking about others, and nobody should have had to have done it as long as Cliff has. And
right. Well, and he was pretty passionate. I mean,
he's done a great job. It's well set
and,
up for the next person.
Oh yeah. He's definitely has it laid out. So yeah, if there is somebody interested, Ben, you probably can help them as well as getting a hold of Cliff.
Yeah, Commissioner Notch, yeah, certainly. If somebody's interested, they can reach out to the Parks Department or directly to Cliff, and we can give you more information, either get a hold of Cliff or what that looks like. So
if there's any information we can pass on to others, that would be good. Sure. Maybe a good thing for our social media.
Yeah, and I don't remember if I brought this up last time, but Mike and I attended Runestone's groundbreaking, I guess you could say, in Bruton. They built a nice little facility right in downtown, and it was nice to see a bunch of township individuals show up there, and Tori Westrom showed up. So, yeah, and somebody, was it Sarah from the Department of Broadband?
Sarah and Jen both, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, good.
So, yeah, so it was, we were in their building, which is still under construction, but it was a nice event and a lot of good questions, and I think a lot of happy township folks, especially once they start seeing them dig. That's all I have.
That's great. No, those are all good, important things. And then we've got staff who are going to be at the township officers meeting beforehand, right, to do some answering individual questions, et cetera. So they'll be there around when?
A number of staff members there with little information on various things before the meeting, for half an hour before the meeting. And then we have a couple of us giving presentations during the regular meeting, too.
Yeah,
so we'll have a quick showing at.
Yeah, and so back to Commissioner Bertram's point from earlier is people, if township officers have questions about what we're doing with regard to cannabis ordinance or any of the other things, come a little bit early. You'll be able to get your questions.
Well, the township thing will be on the internet too?
No, that will not be on the internet.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Going back to that definitely like the format where they have the different booths, so they can stop and ask the questions prior to.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people are timid and maybe don't want to ask.
Yeah, I think one, they could be timid. Two, they might have a different take on something. It's just, we could all get up and say anything and it really won't make the difference.
Right.
Them being able to have those one-on-one conversations, and so continues to be really an important thing. So I appreciate staff taking extra time. There's been a number of people, particularly department heads, who have worked awfully hard in educating our electorate in the last month. I'd be remiss if we didn't at least also bring up, but thank you to the Stearns County voters. Pretty big deal that just over 62% on a somewhat confusing item got passed, them supporting this funding stream as we move forward, and we'll get to be working more on that. So with all of that, we are adjourned.
What time is that in Freeport again? 6:30?
I wish.
7 o'clock.
The meeting's at 7 and then the session is at 6:30, I think.
I
I
just
think
asked,
that's right, which
just
is way
asked her
better than 8 o'clock.
Right.